Testing.
Thank you. Welcome, Vicky.
Mic check.
You ready? Devlin, do you want to start? Housing facility. Yeah. Let's go ahead and start.
Hello and welcome to Opportunity Homes regular board meeting. A few etiquette reminders before we begin. This meeting will be recorded in its entirety for the record.
Recording in progress.
Please use your microphone on your screen to mute and unmute your microphone. If you are on your phone, please use *6 to mute and unmute. Live transcription has been enabled for this meeting. To modify your preferences, please select Live Transcript in the meeting controls at the bottom of your Zoom window. We will now begin the commissioner roll call. Chairwoman Dr. Ana Cha Guzman. Vice Chair Olga Kaufman. Commissioner Gilbert Casillas.
Present.
Commissioner Dalia Contreras.
Present.
Commissioner Lauren D. Dantzler.
Present.
Commissioner Gabriel Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Ignacio Perez. Doug Ponick, Board of Commissioners Attorney.
I'm here.
President and CEO Ed Hinojosa Jr. And we would like to welcome our interpreter, Vicky Cavazos Jones.
Present.
You may begin the meeting. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551-071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Public comment is our first. And looks like we've got 3.
No individuals for
Oh, the
public
citizens to
comment.
be heard, okay. With none, we'll go to the citizens to be heard.
Our first citizen to speak will be Henry Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. My name is Henry Rodriguez. I'm the Executive Director for LULAC, Concilio Zapatista. And I'm here to ask almost for the impossible. Some people would say that. This young lady, Miss Andrea Muma, has committed the transgression of 2 notices for inspection, and then they send her a notice for a informal hearing, and she missed all 3. I do not blame. I talked to Laura Longoria, who's doing a tremendous job, and I don't blame her. She tried her best to see what she could possibly help her with, but came to the point where there's nothing. Well, from her side, and I don't blame her. She has to do her job. I am here to plead with you that what she doesn't want to say is the real problem. She says, well, I lost the key to the mailbox, and this young lady has a situation where she would not tell you, but the problem is her parents. They have never had she has never had a stable livelihood. I know who they are. They're into drugs, and they give her a very hard time, namely the dad. They want to come and live with her also. And what happens here, I've been talking to her and counseling her. She is trying her best. She's working. She's a shift manager at Five Below, that little store over there in the mall. And she also enrolled in college, Palo Alto. And this fall, she's going to be going back because after COVID. So in a situation like this, those are the things that we do not see. But I've been doing this for 50 years. I've gone back to since Apolonio Flores was here. But you don't see us all that often here anymore, especially ever since I took over Section 8. We know I have a good working relationship with your president and CEO, and he can attest to that. We want to work with you, but this is a very unique situation that I would not. Just like when I go to court on behalf of criminals, I tell the judge, Your Honor, I will never put my name down or that of our beloved organization on behalf of anyone, unless we believe that person at least deserves some kind of consideration. And that is the case with this young lady. She has a clunker, but she works. She's trying to get away. She's been trying to get away from her parents. Do you know that her mom texted me and said, please help her because we won't have a place to stay. We want to go stay with her. I said, ma'am, no ma'am. You're on your own. I will help him maybe if I can some other way. I don't know what my time looks like, but she's given me her 3 minutes. Her name is Andrea Muma. Did the bell ring? I'm trying to look at
Yeah, let's
where
go
the
ahead and
time
begin the
is at.
next 3 minutes.
Is that 3?
Is she signed up as well? Yes?
Okay, so I have another 3, right?
Okay.
Well, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Go ahead.
As a responsible organization that we are, we deal with different entities, the city, the county, school boards, but every so often we get a unique case like this one. And this one is one that merits your compassion. She has a young girl going to school. She has to take her to school. It's one of those called IDEA. And she's doing well in school. And she has a life ahead of her. She's still young. And us as an organization, we commit ourselves to counsel her and be there for her and make sure that she complies with everything. Do you know that the time that when she finally found out that she was in violation, and I wish it was funny, but it isn't. Anybody would say, well, you're crazy. You have no excuse. Is when she finally saw an email from housing. And she had a phone that lost, or her father kept, and then she got a government phone. But finally she saw that one email that said, where have you been? In other words, you have missed 2 inspections, which have to be done. And we understand that. We are all about complying. and then an informal hearing where she would have gotten at least an opportunity, and I would have been there to make a case, why she should not be thrown out. But this young, we are all victims of our own environment. I am. That's what, I had a terrible life that took me to prison. But that's why I understand. But I've been advocating for people, and only those that really deserve someone to speak up for them. She has a kind of a case of paranoia. Her dad has a case, and because she feels lost. She never learned how to be responsible, but she will now. And her dad, he's a schizo. I know who he is. I know who the mom is. So I don't know what else to say other than please consider that. Her name is Andrea Moma at Fredericksburg Road?
Yes, sir.
What's the address?
9400.
9400 Fredericksburg Road. And I hope that you really take this into consideration. It's not every day that we see all the rules violated, but then again, this is a person a young lady that has a whole life ahead of her yet, especially her young child. And that would be a good thing on your part. We promise that we will work with you as an organization. We have been working with you. We had a lot of problems with you all, and that was not me. It was the guy that I replaced, and I said, I'm going to take over housing, and we will work with him, and CEO can attest to that. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maureen Galindo.
Hello, Maureen Galindo. I'm a tenant at Refugio Place Apartments in Lavaca neighborhood. I think I was laughing out of disbelief when I came and saw this, what's going on today after last month coming and talking about how Timothy Alcott brings you all into back rooms to talk about real estate deals that should not be talked about in back rooms, and I'm not sure the legal language he gives you to do it, but then to come and see closed session to discuss the Victoria Commons development is outrageous. I've said before, I have nearly 2 master's degrees, both based on systems theory. Systems theory is based on hierarchy and power and the scientific basis of how all of those things function. So that when we have hierarchy structures, anything can only be so good as what an entity is. So say the top of the entity is totally well-meaning, yet the next layer, there's somebody there who does not have the best interests at heart. Everything below that level, and this is scientific systems theory, everything below that level will not function as it's meant to. And that's what we see here with Timothy Alcott. And after all of the evidence over and over again that he does not have the best interest of San Antonio people at his heart, I don't know why he's still here. The daycare center shut down. This is the information that I received from Lloyd Doggett's office. Talked to somebody from Saha. Said that the contract to HUD has already been approved. I said, that's not true. I've looked at the contract. I've looked at the proposal. It has not gone to HUD yet. Well, that's what the guy at Saha told us, nothing that we can do. The mayor's office, the guy at Saha told us there's only 20 families left. Once they're gone, it's demolished. There's nothing that we can do. There's only 20 families left, as if those families' security doesn't matter. I don't know how this is even morally okay. If there's not a moral compass at any level of the hierarchy, there cannot be below that. I've even started talking to the Lavaca Neighborhood Association, who I thought, and they were in the past, very against all the affordable housing, but it seems those things are changing. They never approved of the plans. They want the daycare center there. They said, well, the guy at Saha said there's nothing that we can do about it. There's nothing that we can do about it at every single one of these entities, and it all comes down to one part of the Saha hierarchy or opportunity home. You can change a name, but things don't change if it's the same people corrupting it. I want to talk about 100 Labor Street, which was what I said got disapproved. It got disvoted It got voted against here, brought into closed session, and approved. That was valued at $10 million. With 216 units, I estimate conservatively it's now worth over $35 million. If you don't understand how that's going to impact the people in that neighborhood, including the tenants at Refugio Place and Hemisview, and our rents increasing, then you need to learn. You need to learn the housing economics. These deals aren't even good economics for anybody in San Antonio, and especially when it happens centrally, that goes outward. It makes everything more expensive. So I ask you in closed session today to really consider what your moral compass is and not just listen to people who lie to the mayor's office, Lloyd Doggett's office, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, we have Dr. Guzman has now joined.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Guzman.
Thank you. I'm here and I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, now, next we have the minutes. We have any conditions with regards to the minutes from August 3rd or August 17th? I welcome a motion to approve.
Motion to approve minutes from August 3rd and August 17th.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, those pass. Okay, we have consent items. Items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, they remain on the agenda, correct? Okay. Are there any conversations with regards to them? I can take a motion for all of the consent items, considering that they went through committee.
I'll make a motion that we approve items 5 through 9.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, consent items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are approved. Okay, let's move to individual items. Number 10, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6270 and 22 LVPFC-07029 concerning the proposed financing of up to $35 million of the cost of acquisition, rehabilitation, and equipping of the Rosemont at University Park Apartments. Tim Elcott.
Yes, and we have a PowerPoint that we're going to pull up here. And you go. So this is where it's located, Rosemont at University Park. You may recognize this as a project I brought to the board before. You can go to the next slide. The reason is, well, I'll go through the background and I'll tell you why you've seen it before, because you approved part of the sale already of this property. But it was constructed in 2006. Back in 2006, it cost $22.6 million to build. It's about 240 units. Opportunity Home is less than a 1% development partner, so we didn't contribute any equity to the deal. We're just we provided the tax exemption. And when we reached year 15, the property had significant debt. It has some mortgage debt, deferred development fees, operating deficit loans. And so we had briefed the board about a couple of properties, because typically what we do is on year 15, we like to bring them back in-house. And this is one we said, hey, let's put this out to market because it has a lot of gaps on it. And so this is one of those deals. Next slide. And so Roar, I'm going to say this wrong, it's ROERS, Roar's companies, they were the highest bidder. And they re-syndicated the tax credits, which means that it hit year 15, they're going to go get apply for more tax credits. And then what happens is you have an additional 30 years. You had additional 15 left, but it's another 30 years affordability restriction. So normally it's 15 years tax credit compliance, you have 15 years of affordability. Now that we hit year 15, we put more tax credit on it, the affordability is now for an additional 15 years or a total of 30 years. Hopefully that made sense. But whenever we sold the property, we were very pleased because on July 28th, we were paid $4.3 million, and that's in the slide. And the buyer was still the 1% owner, said, hey, let's re-syndicate the tax credits. And we said, hey, we're okay with that, but our mission here at the Housing Authority, and you can go next slide, is to try and put more affordability in. Whenever we did this deal originally, I'm not sure exactly if the laws may have been different there because they didn't have income averaging. So it was 100% at 60% AMI, and so we wanted to do some deeper affordability. And originally we had conversations with them about having about 15% of the units at 30% AMI, which is the lowest of the AMIs on the tax credit spectrum. And they ran that through their models, and it looked like it was about a $3 million gap. And so, so we said, well, how many can we do? How many would we like to do it? And one of the things about this property is even though it's 100% 60% AMI, you'll see on the slide that 52 of the vouchers are Section 8 vouchers. And I think I have it on a slide coming up, but nearly all those, all but like 6, are serving people on our wait list. And so those are typically 0 to 15% AMI. We can certainly see those 0 to 30% AMI. So even though this complex has a bunch, the LURA, or the requirement is they're 0 to 60% AMI, we're seeing a lot of our residents live there. And so this is a property because a lot of our very low income people live there that we wanted to continue to preserve it. And we also like the fact that they're going to put in, you can go to the next slide, about $10 million. It's actually almost $11 million, $45,000 a unit in repairs. So it's going to be a nicer development. But to do this, what we're asking you to do is the board has actually already approved this transaction, and they were going to apply for $30 million worth of bonds, but with construction pricing and a lot of the other pricing going up, they're asking for $35 million of bonds. And so you can go to the next slide. And we're also reallocating some bonds that we had in our back pocket from a different deal that died to this project so it can be built earlier. But next slide, this one. But here it is, City Council District 3, there's 240 units at 60% AMI, and there'll be 8 at 30% AMI. However, you'll see 61 of the units, 61 units are at 30% AMI, but 52 of them are serving people that are the very low income, and that's because of the vouchers. So the bond issuance is $35 million. We like this project because, and you can go to the next slide too, but because it, as a Rohrer's company says, you can skip that. Here it is, the cash flow analysis. Because it is serving our residents, we are a 1% owner in this project, so we are not the primary owner. We negotiate with them to make sure they could continue to provide those vouchers at the very low income. They've agreed to that. They have also agreed to put in about $45,000 a unit with repairs, which is needed, which is why we got out of the project. And we did not use our option to buy at the end. So we're asking for the other thing about this, at year 15, now this is being rehabbed, we'll have the right to buy it for the outstanding debt plus exit taxes. And so hopefully in 15 years it's maintained well, that we actually will own it. And what you'll see on some of the other projects that Tom brought forward, that whenever we are able, well, I think we'll be bringing one to you next month, where we're able to buy them out. Sometimes we also, part of the analysis, we show you that once we no longer are sharing the cash flow with a for-profit partner, we can now lower the rents, which is our mission. And so, but this one is good because it serves many folks that are 30% below. We're putting no cash in the deal. You'll see that we do get some cash flow here that's on the screen, and we'll be issuing some bonds and some asset management fees. You'll see $24,000 a year. But we do make money, but the real goal here is actually to continue to provide deeply affordable units. So we ask for your approval, for this transaction.
Tim, what is the development fee? $127,000?
1 second, please. The development fee is $1,556,000.
Right, but it's 127 that paid at closing.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. So oftentimes the developer fee would be put back into the deal because it doesn't have enough cash flow. And so it's a source of equity. So we get $127,000 at closing, but we put the money back into the deal, and then we're paid back that development fee out of cash flow. So the TDHCA has percentages that you get as a developer fee, and sometimes they're not paid in full at closing because the rents are not high enough to support it. And so this is more mission-oriented, it's lower rents, and so we had to put the developer fee back into the transaction, and then over those 15 years that we talked about, the tax credit compliance period, they have to pay it off. And so it would be paid off over time.
And you say they, who is they?
The partnership, or Roars, who's the general partner, or the main, he's the one who owns 99% of it. Let me say it that way. We only own 1% of this project, or less than 1%.
That's why we're paying $127,000 at closing?
Yeah, we're paid. We're not paying.
We earn that.
We're paid. That's what, because we're in the deal and we're providing the tax exemption, we do get a developer fee and cash flow, if there is some. And you'll see there is some cash flow here. It's 1.3 million. But that's part of the terms we negotiate. But we don't pay. We're actually receiving the funds.
Okay.
So they've agreed in our negotiation to keep the 52 vouchers. That's in writing.
Yeah, so they are portable, but in writing is that they do accept vouchers, they're not evicting anyone. And actually what we negotiated is that when they're doing this rehab, they'll all be able to stay in place. And so that's all in writing. So not just that they can live there, but when we rehab it, they're not
Being displaced.
displaced.
I have a question with regards to the number. The unit count moved to 8 at 30%.
Say it one more time?
The unit count for those are at 30%. It's now at 8 units.
Yeah.
Before was that the 15%
Yeah, it was a higher number. It was, let me go back.
It didn't.
30, it was like 15%, which is probably about 30 units.
It's 36
But
units.
whenever they ran the numbers, they actually were very amenable to it until they couldn't get a bank loan. And they saw there was a $3 million gap.
Well, that
And they
makes
said,
sense.
well, how can we do this to make this thing still work? Because we don't want to lose this project, and we want to keep it affordable.
No worries.
So you said if you own the property after 15 years, that's a big if,
Yep.
or are you ever
So we have the
guaranteed?
option to buy it, and so we actually had the option this time to buy it, but we chose not to. So we briefed the board on, there was 4 developments that there were either foundation issues, or this one I even call it upside down, because they had a lot of unpaid fees that we'd had to put cash into the deal. We typically don't like to do that, and we like to put the risk to somebody else, because when we're looking at where we're going to put our cash, we're looking at developments that are really serving either our wait list or our current public housing residents. And so these sort of deals that when there's a for-profit partner, we don't like to put our own cash into those deals if possible. This way, someone else is actually doing the rehab, but still serving the same folks. But in year 15 years from now, we would have the right to buy it without saying debt next tax extent we want to, or we could resell it. And I think Tom ran the analysis. I don't know if he's here, but he is here. I think the projection was like $3.5 million we would make in 15 years. So we'd have an option either to buy it or have $3.5 million worth of equity.
And so the contract remains as far as anyone being displaced or the vouchers being accepted? Okay.
Yeah, they are accepted. I see Tom's here and Adam Harden's here. Introducing both. Adam Harden's the lawyer that helped us on this project, and Tom's the guy who actually did all the hard work with him.
When we drop from 36 units at the 30% AMI to 8, is that going to displace families that are in that bracket?
No, so what we tried to do is actually make the requirement that they were that low. And because they couldn't get the loan funding on it with the requirement that low, actually right now, no one's being displaced. It's 100% of the units are at 60% AMI.
Okay.
And so what we're trying to do is how many could we do at a requirement that are always going to be at that level? And so we originally negotiated a higher number, then they couldn't get the loan proceeds to be able to do it. So then we said, well, what number could you get to get the loan proceeds to be able to close this deal? And it came down to 8. But the same families are still there, and they're still accepting the vouchers.
Because they have vouchers.
Yeah, and
Because
so,
of the
yeah, so,
vouchers, okay.
and so the difference is actually being paid. But because we're the housing authority, we always try and put a requirement for lower, but
Yeah.
only to the extent we can.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll accept a motion on this one.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion for Resolution 6270. Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, resolution passes. Item number 11, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6273, authorizing the Snowden Apartments transaction.
So,
Turn your back up, go.
this is absolutely redundant, and I'll tell you why. But this is the development we're self-developing, and we're going to see a slide in a second, but over half the units are serving people 0 to 15% AMI. You'll see this is where it's located. It's an elderly area. It's elderly development in the medical center area. And the reason we're bringing it back, even though the board has approved this, is that PNC, who's the debt and equity on this project, they asked for our resolution to be extremely specific, something that we hadn't seen before. And so they wanted to spell out, which is why this is probably the longest agenda item I've ever seen in 17 years, by the way. Is why it's so detailed is because a debt and equity provider asked for it that way. And so they wanted to have the board resolution to detail the information that you see here. But we could go to the slideshow, and I just want to do it quickly because I know you all have seen it. So City Council District 7 is supported by the City Councilwoman. It's 135 units. You'll see 14 are at 30% AMI, but we're doing public housing-like units. So we have an additional 54 on top of the 14 that are also serving our deepest affordable, which is 0 to 15% AMI is what I call it at least. And so that's about 25, or over 50% of the units. If you add up, that's about 68 of the 135. So over half the units are deeply affordable. Next slide. And we also got 9% tax credits, but which means we have very little debt on this property. But you'll see the construction costs are almost 25 million. You'll see the soft costs. There's a construction contingency, but the entire development is about $33 million or $33.8 million. Next slide. And so we asked for your approval to reapprove what you have approved previously with the language that is specifically set forth in the resolution. And we obviously have the corresponding companies as well, and we'll get those agendas later.
Correct. Any questions on this one?
I think the only thing that was caught my eye, and maybe this is just still a learning curve, but it does place us as guarantor of the loan, and it does show that it's a permanent subordinate loan under move to work. Can you just talk to a little bit about that, and like why that's okay under?
Yeah, so this is a different type of transaction because we don't have a for-profit partner on this. So we are providing guarantees, and so
We don't normally do that.
we don't normally
Right.
do that. But this is because we're self-developing it. We're taking all the risk on this, but also look at the number of deeply affordable units we're putting in. And I will say it's a lot less risk because you do a 9%, about 2/3 of that capital stack is actually tax credits that we don't have to pay back. And so, that development costs like $35 million, and I can do it at approximation, but about 2/3 of that is tax credits. And so in 15 years, we're going to have a property that probably is going to have $6-7 million worth of debt on it. And I can guarantee our wait list is long, and there is definitely a demand for these units. So, filling this development up is not going to be a problem.
And we're allowed to do that because of the flexibilities of move to work.
Yes, and one of the reasons it works, and I got to thank Brandy and Diana on this as well, is that we're making the public housing-like developments, and so the pro forma would not work because our rents are so low, but we're putting project-based vouchers essentially in the 60% AMI units, the higher rent ones, and so it's being subsidized by the federal government, so that way we can provide more deeply affordable units. And so there's a lot of high-level math here to get this thing to work.
This is actually a very exciting transaction because it's the first 9% that we've done on our own, and so we're excited about it. I think it's the second self-development we did with the Labor Street being the first, and so we'll be seeing more of these transactions in the future.
Great.
Thank you.
And we're excited about that because it's giving us more housing, and we are able to set the cost of the housing and we are able to reinvest the money into additional housing instead of builders doing that. Is that correct?
Right. We've essentially taken out the middleman, so there's no profits going to a third party and overhead and things of that sort.
And I think that's really important for the public to understand, as well as for the board of us to understand, is that what this staff is doing is taking on additional work and additional responsibility so that we can provide better services at better costs and more housing. And I think that we as a board should take pride that the staff is willing to do that, because it's through this methodology that we will be able to fulfill more of the needs of the city. And I thank all the staff for doing this.
Thank you. With that said, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
We'll have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Item number 12, Board of Commissioners Annual Elections.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lopez. As the board knows, every year around August, the board is to elect officers, a chairperson and a vice chairperson. If, with your permission, I can ask for nominations for chairperson, and a nomination is just naming of someone. There doesn't need to be a second to that. If there's more than one nomination, we would just take them in order that they were made, and the first person that gets a majority of the votes then becomes the chairperson, and then we would repeat the procedure for vice chair. So if you'd like, I can go ahead and start that. So are there any nominations for the position of chair or chairperson?
I would like to nominate myself, Ana Guzman, as chair.
Are there any other nominations? If not, let's go ahead and just take a vote then on the position of chair. All those in favor indicate your approval by raising your hand or voting.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. So, Dr. Guzman, you are the chair. I'm going to go ahead, with your permission, then to call for a vote on the vice chair. Any nominations for position of vice chair?
I'll nominate myself for vice chair.
Mr. Lopez, are there any other nominations for vice chair? If not, we'll close the nominations and call for a vote of approval for Mr. Lopez to serve as vice chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any opposed, I should say? If not, then the motion carries. So, Mr. Lopez, you are the vice chair.
Okay, thank you.
And as we have already been conducting today's meeting, we need to have a person here locally in present to be conducting the meeting, so you'll continue to do so even though the chair is on the virtual recording. That's it.
Okay.
Before we proceed with the rest of the meeting, we have these two nonprofit meetings that are also requiring action, so perhaps we can recess the current.
I was going to say, can we
okay.
recess? Let's recess the current board and switch to the Las Vadas Public Facility Corporation meeting, where we have, do we need to do a roll call on that one?
No.
Well, now that Dr. Guzman is on, should we do it?
Yeah, actually, she did come on after the first meeting, so let's do that.
Okay.
David?
We will begin roll call for our Las Vadas Public Facility Corporation meeting. Chairwoman Dr. Ana Cha Guzman.
Present.
Vice Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Olga Kaufman. Director Gilbert Casillas.
Present.
Director Lauren D. Dantzler.
Present.
Director Delia Contreras,
Present.
Director Ignacio Perez. You may begin. Thank you.
I should call this one specific to order, Doug.
Yes, go right
Yeah,
ahead.
the Board of Directors or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves a right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Do we have any public comment? None. All right, can I get approval of minutes of June 1st, 2022?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, minutes pass. We have one consent item with regards to 22 LVPFC-07-029 on the Rosemont University Park Apartments. I'll take a motion.
I motion for the approval of Resolution 22 LVPFC 729.
Have a
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll adjourn this meeting and move to the San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation meeting. Given that we've done the roll call, we'll just move directly into the meeting. If there are no public comments set for this one, correct? Can I get a motion on the minutes for June 1st, 2022 of the Facility Corporation meeting?
So move.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. And now we have consideration and approval regarding Resolution 22 FAC-09-07, authorizing the Snowden apartment transaction. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve consent item number 4.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll adjourn that meeting and go back to the regular board meeting. Okay, now discussion items. Mr. Milk, sounds like you've got the employee survey results for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. There we go. So this is an update and presentation on the our latest survey results, which are focused on employees. Next slide, please. So the goal of this survey was to provide key indicators for our strategic plan. Our strategic plan includes several priority outcomes listed in the yellow section of the slide. The two in bold are the ones related to employees. The rest are resident-focused. Employees respect and value diversity and inclusion, and employees thrive at work are two priority outcomes that are employee-focused. And this survey provides a lot of the information that helps us determine whether we are eventually whether we're progressing. Since this is the first time we've done this survey in this way, this survey sets baselines for us to measure against going forward. Next slide. So the structure of the survey was 5 sections, listed again on the yellow side of the slide: recognition, growth and development, basic needs and teamwork, leadership and equity, diversity and inclusion, EDI, as well as demographics. There were 14 principal questions distributed throughout the 5 sections, 48 sub-questions, and 1 free response question. And this survey was administered the month of July 1 through July 22 in this year. Next slide. We, except for the free response, all the questions were provided opportunities to respond along a scale of 1 to 4, where 1 was strongly disagree with the statement and 4 was strongly agree with the statement. Every question also had provided the respondents a chance not to say they preferred not to answer that question. So all the responses that we're going to talk about, or the next few slides, keep in mind, are on a scale from 1 to 4. The highest rated response we got well, there were two that were tied for that highest score of 3.63. I enjoy the work I do. I enjoy working with my team. The lowest response we got was rated at 2.9, which I'll point out is still very close to somewhat agree, essentially just one step below that. So one takeaway from that is that overall, and you'll see this graphically represented in the next set of slides, is that the responses were overwhelmingly positive overall. But again, the lowest response, I receive appropriate recognition when I do good work. Next slide. So now looking at each section a little bit more in detail. This section, the recognition section, had a series of questions that asked about enjoyment, about recognition at work, satisfaction, and the highest rated response we got here was I enjoy the work I do, at 3.63. And in this section, we also got the lowest one that I just mentioned in the previous slide. I receive appropriate recognition when I do good work. But as you can see, the dark greens are strongly agree, light green is somewhat agree, orange is somewhat disagree, red is strongly disagree, and the gray there at the bottom is the prefer not to answer. So you can see graphically at a glance how the general pattern of strongly agree and somewhat agree being the dominant responses, with some variation across the set of questions. Next slide. Growth and development had a few questions that looked at questions about organizational support for individual professional growth. Here, the responses were all very similar. My manager provides me constructive feedback in a timely manner. Manager provides me with constructive feedback to improve. And Saha, it was Saha at the time in July, provides continuing opportunities for professional development and career advancement. Next slide.
Excuse me, do we pay for the employees' college if they want to go to college?
My understanding is we do have a tuition reimbursement program in place.
That's correct. We do have a tuition reimbursement for employees that want to go to college to continue their studies for something that's work-related.
Okay, and do we know how many employees are taking advantage of that? Because this is kind of, if we're doing that, and this Saha provides continuous opportunities for professional at 3.0, somehow that isn't making sense to me. Somehow we're either not advertising enough that we'll pay for it, or we're not making it easy enough. Something is, that we're providing, they may not be aware of. And it might be easy enough to fix if we look at that by itself.
So we do have the program, as I mentioned. In the past, we've let employees know about that. They're told about it as they join the organization so that they're aware of it. It's part of the onboarding communication. And you bring up a good point. Maybe it would help to remind employees on a periodic basis that benefit's available to them. But, to Richard's point, 75% of our employees across the board here are happy with the things we're doing. So it's a small percentage that...
No, it's just that, what you always want to do is you want to say, so where are the opportunities for us to improve? And that seems to be the one point that is available to us of, maybe having courses where in our own facilities, or, exploring things like that might really make a difference to our employees, and I'd be happy to help you with that.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So we will take that into consideration, Dr. Guzman. It's a good point, and we can try to improve our communication with employees and get it in our newsletter and get some excitement around it.
Next slide, please. So this section, basic needs and teamwork, asked a series of questions about relationships with colleagues, with the team, availability of resources that are necessary to do the job. And from this set, the highest ranking response at 3.63 was I enjoy working with my team. And at the other extreme, at 2.95, I have enough time to complete my daily tasks. Next slide.
Always good.
This is a continuation of basic needs and teamwork, zeroing in on the mentoring question. I think what was interesting about this question, the question on the left asks whether do you have a formal or informal mentor at work who you can go to for professional advice? And 58.77% said yes. And so the question on the right asks how interested would you be in a SAHA mentoring program? And there's a lot of interest there, 82% in all, either somewhat or very interested in a mentoring program. So taking those two questions into consideration, it seems like folks are already taking advantage of informal mentoring, and we could definitely build on that with a formal program.
Was this, oh, sorry. Commissioner Guzman, were you going to say something?
No, it just, this goes along with the opportunity from the questions before of, if they don't have a mentor, they may not feel supported.
Right, and this is something we're beginning to already talk about internally. So we have taken the step of all of our new managers that are at the assistant director level. We're providing some specific services for them, and we've set up our first informal mentoring arrangement that is going to be done by the COO and one of the employees. So we are taking this into consideration and sort of adjusting the way we're operating in the organization. And with the executive coaches we've hired, there's a strong emphasis on development of employees and mentoring of employees. So we'll be focusing even more on that in the future.
My wondering was if this second question was a if they answered no to the first question, was this is that a subset of the people, or is it everybody answered both questions as separate questions?
I think everybody answered both questions as separate questions. And next slide. So this section, leadership and EDI, asked questions about management's availability and support, as well as opinions about our values, not just equity, but also diverse excellence and compassion. Here, and this is split up between two slides. So the high end on both slides was 3.45, and the statements were, my manager is approachable when needed, and I understand how my role relates to my organization's strategic plan outcomes. On the low end, on both slides, we got SAHA demonstrates equity, and this company provides an environment for the free and open expression of ideas, opinions, or beliefs. And both of those were right around 3. One was just above 3, and one was just below 3. Next slide. And the next slide. So just to wrap things up, just a few comments on the process and our methods. This was an anonymous survey, so we didn't ask for emails, or we didn't even ask which department staff worked in. We wanted to make sure staff felt comfortable, and we prioritized anonymity and getting honest responses. We delivered a Google form by email to all staff, and then we also posted flyers with a QR code on public housing properties, knowing that sometimes it's hard. Some of our staff on the properties don't access their computers on a regular basis. All in all, we surveyed 515 employees. We got 342 responses, so a response rate of 66.4%, and 114 or 22% provided a response to the open-ended question. We did a little bit of comparison. We did comparing the demographics of those who responded against those against the overall workforce, and we see that as far as we asked whether they were supervisors or not, 70% of the responders said they were not supervisors, which is a little low compared to the overall workforce of 76%. We also asked whether they worked in the central office or out in a property. 53% of the responders worked at properties, and that's only 49% of the workforce. So this one, I'll just say, surprised me because we ended up getting sort of proportionally higher response from folks on the properties than folks that work here in the central office. Tenure, 47, we asked how long they've been working for Opportunity Home, and 47% have worked at Opportunity Home for less than 5 years. That's of the responders. And when you look at the workforce overall, that's 57%. So that gap is something that we can work on for the next time around, which is in about 6 months. So we want to do this every 6 months going forward. And I think there's one more slide. Nope, that's it. Okay. So now it's time for questions. Yes.
I have a question, and maybe IT can answer it. Y'all said it was anonymous, but these were emailed and the responses were emailed back. Can you not track who sent them by their email?
I cannot. No, the way the surveys, the responses come to me in a spreadsheet, and all I see is the timestamp of when it was filled out, and then the responses. I don't see who sent it back.
Do you feel that maybe some of the employees that didn't respond were thinking that y'all could track the email? Even though
That's
you said
possible.
it was anonymous?
I'm sure that's possible, that some folks believe that, yes.
I think even if it's possible, a 66% response rate is far better than I've seen in many other surveys, so.
Yeah, it's huge. Anything over 50% is a good response rate. So 66% is really an outstanding response rate.
So we were really happy with that, and I was pleasantly surprised at how favorable the responses were in general. I mean, I know there's a few areas that we can continue to improve in, but basically the favorable responses were anywhere from 75 to, 85 or 90% on the various questions.
And are we sharing this with the employees?
We are. We actually presented it at a Thursday talk. We have a Thursday series of presentations that Michael's team puts on, and we were invited to share this with them in person, and we're making it available in this slide format to anybody who wants it.
Good, good.
This is really helpful. Walking through the data, I feel like as a result of your presentation, I have a clear understanding of the results. Just like looking at the fact that it's a discussion item, really trying to jury how to lean in as a board member, staying in the seat of governance. And so my question is, with these types of presentations, I'm usually thinking like what, so what, now what, right? So this is the what, and it's very clear. Is there a next step that gets into interpretation and action that then we can learn and hear about?
Absolutely. So like, I could have circled back to the first slide in order to answer your question, because this will feed directly into our strategic planning around those two particular outcomes that we've highlighted as priority. So employees thrive at work and respect and value diversity and inclusion. And so the Thrive at Work group has been meeting and sort of absorbing some of this information and actually revisiting some of their assumptions about the work that needed to happen in the years to come. So the Thrive at Work group is responsible for putting together action plans that help advance this sense of whether employees are thriving at work or not. And they've developed 6 or 7 strategies that we can come back to y'all and present at a future time. But I think one of the key takeaways is, now that we have this survey information directly from staff, what do we need to change in terms of our plans going forward? Do we need to rethink some of the priorities, some of the strategies, or some of the ways that we're measuring success?
Will there be an opportunity as you develop strategies to solve, and maybe there's some data points that were a little lower that you would want to specifically focus on and you want to implement specific actions or priorities? Will you go back in these bigger forums to get feedback on whether those priorities would actually be a solution that would move the needle for employees and get some of their input and buy-in? No, that's always when I say that, it's like a question and also like just an idea if it's not part of consideration. Sometimes we think we know what a solution would be to move the needle, and then when we get, direct employee feedback, they say, well, that actually doesn't matter to us as much as, like, for example, now we're telling people, making sure we communicate better about our tuition reimbursement. Some people may say, well, that's actually not what is going to move the needle for me. What would move the needle for me would be if I actually had a PD budget or more professional development opportunities offered in-house, or it was accessible and I could actually have time in my calendar to participate, right? So just digging into like some of those root areas under the opportunities that showed up as greatest need, and then getting employee feedback as you think about it, implementing initiatives so that it's aligned with what would move the needle for them.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts. I think in some ways this survey is a big form of feedback, right? It's a general big net kind of cast all staff anonymous survey, but it does provide critical feedback on whether we've set the right targets and we're identified the appropriate strategies. But I think one of the other things we've learned over the past year was that there are limitations to the survey, right? Because it is anonymous, because it doesn't dig into specifics very well. And so we know we need to supplement with something else, whether it's some kind of focus groups or some kind of targeted conversations with different departments. And that's something that each of the outcome teams is tasked with in terms of figuring out how do we dig into this, and how do we test our assumptions, how do we test our strategies against real life.
I think that sounds great, because you have spread out the research amongst many employees, and they are bringing it back together instead of having one main group that is doing all of it. And I think that you will get much better results and real solutions by having more people involved rather than less people involved.
Absolutely agree. I think we try, each of the outcome teams is one of their goals is to reach out and make sure that they have representation from across the organization. So it's not just one department, but as many different departments as possible represented on those teams. And I think it's an iterative process, right? We throw something out, we test it, and then we get the feedback, and either it worked or it didn't, right? And then we make adjustments as we go. So Our hope is that over time, we do get more precise and more accurate going forward.
Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good job, Richard.
Item number 14, discussion regarding Opportunity Home recruitment and staffing update. Ms. Longoria, good to see you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Today I will be presenting a quick overview of our year-to-date, and this will include our headcount variance, our actual variance, and our actual vacancies. We'll look at our department activity, and then this is a little out of order, so I just wanted to note when we go through this presentation, you'll see it in a little bit of a different order, but we'll go through promotions, interims, working out of class, temporary status employees, and then we'll talk about department activities. Next slide, please. So here we'll have our total head count, and so this is again looking at where we ended up last year. So our full-time head count on 7/1/21 and at the end at 6/30/22 was 518, or we ended out with 505. So we had 145 new hires and 158 departures, which is a 13 position difference, but I'll clarify that a little bit in the next slide. So what you'll see here is that when we started the year, we were budgeted with 652 positions. However, throughout the year, we did add new positions, resulting in a total, we added 21 new positions, resulting in a total of 673 budgeted positions that needed to be filled. So again, we're looking at our total current headcount. We reduced the 505, which was where we ended out at the year, to our total variance of 168. And so next slide, I know that looks grim, but again, let me drill down into what that 168 represents. So we do have 45 positions that were on hold, and as I mentioned, the on hold positions are positions that were mainly from our Beacon communities, that were properties that had not come back in but were budgeted for. It's also positions that were on hold because, again, the department at the time when the vacancy occurred did not feel that that was a position that they were going to fill immediately, but still wanted to retain it open and available. So it is still reflected on the budget. However, at the moment, we are not actively recruiting for it. That leads us into our temporary status, working out of class, interims, and those in the pre-screen. And exactly as I know I've stated this before and I'll state it again, our working out of class and interim, those are really fluid positions for us. And what happens is we're excited to see our staff promote, right? We want to see them grow and move into these working out of class, which is basically a trying out a position, or an interim, which is filling a position, but we still leave their other position open. We typically will fill that with another working out of class to give someone else an opportunity to try that position, or a temporary position. So in these cases, they don't result in a new hire, but it is still, we're filling a hole, but we're also creating a hole. So that's the difficulty in the working out of class and interim. But again, I just wanted to state that they are included in this number that does include temps as well. So again, we're happy to see these numbers because it means we're bringing people on, there's some movement. And so what that leads us to is an actual variance of 56. And so what that means is where we started the year and where we ended the year are exactly the same, considering that we had 168, or we had additional positions that we had to fill for. So, and then this is that crazy chart that shows all of the positions, showing the 56 vacancies and where they're at, which ones are the holds. As you can see, what we used to focus on were those that have the higher vacancies. Assisted housing programs has traditionally had a high number of vacancies. This quarter, we're happy, or at the end of the year, we're happy to show that we had gotten that down to 3 vacancies, and that was working very closely with management to identify good candidates and bringing people on quickly. With Beacon, this area is, again, typically we looked at as maintenance techs. However, the trend we're seeing for Beacon is actually with leasing agents. That is, we still have an issue with maintenance techs, techs, and I'll discuss that with public housing, but for sure with our Beacon, where we're seeing a little bit of a gap is in the leasing agent's position. And then again, for public housing, where we have that large number of vacancies, the lion's share is definitely going to be the maintenance techs, followed by the customer service specialists. And this is a really important position, both maintenance tech and the customer service specialist positions, because these are our entry level, these are our pathway promotional type jobs. And so these are the ones that are really critical that we fill, with great candidates from the onset, because these are the ones we are going to have build and grow throughout the organization. So again, highly focused on making sure that we are getting great candidates for these open positions that are in pathway opportunities. Next slide.
And what is our beginning salary in those positions? Have we looked at that?
Yes, we have. And so our beginning salary for those just increased as of this last year. So I believe that they are starting at $17.85.
Okay, because I would look at that every 3 months. Because I think that there's been a lot of movement in that to attract people coming back. Well, all of us have heard that those who left, those who left are rethinking coming back, particularly women, and so I think what industries are doing now is, rather than waiting every 6 months to look at their entry salary, they're looking at it every 3 months, just because of the needs that we're having and the rethinking of the workforce. And what that might take, Ed, is for us to look at how do we do the job with less people that are better paid. And many companies are doing that just because of the toughness of attracting people back.
Thank you for those thoughts, Dr. Guzman. We have been talking about trying to keep up with the market, and I think that's a good approach to do it, to do a check every 3 months or so. We learned recently that the city will be implementing a 7% across the board increase for their employees. And we, of course, did a 5% adjustment in July, but it seems like what we thought was fair in July by September, October is no longer comparable. So that's a good suggestion you make. We also have a compensation study that we're doing right now for the entire organization to make sure that our salaries are comparable with other organizations. And we'll make sure that the individuals doing that study specifically look at that subject as well.
Yeah, look at the latest information, because usually salary information didn't change as quickly as it is changing now. And so we really are in a new environment that we hadn't been in before.
That's a good point. Thank you.
All right, so moving on, this is titled Recruitment Actions, but this is where I was mentioning this is our working out of class promotions and interim slide. So looking at our promotions, we've had 74 formal promotions. Again, we're very excited about those. That's a really great opportunity for our staff to continue moving up through our organization. We have 8 that are currently working out of class, and as I mentioned, that does create a vacancy behind them. And then we have 2 that are working currently as interim. So then moving on to our temporary status activity, we have currently 37 active temporary status employees. 64 have transitioned from temporary status to full-time hire. We've had 174 total temporary assignments filled to date. So we've had 73 that did not stay with us, which is not a bad thing. It just, again, they may have moved on to other assignments, taken other positions. But again, every person that we have come in and work for us, we would, hope that they stay and want to choose us as an employer. Next slide. So this is where we get into the good stuff. This is the recruitment activity. And to what was just discussed, we did, effective July 1, increase the employer contribution for our employee money pension plan from 7% to 11%. So there was no impact to the employee, but what Opportunity Home is contributing is now 11%. We also did have the 5% cost of living that went in place back in June. And to the reinstatement policy, this speaks exactly to what you mentioned, Commissioner Guzman, which is the great resignation that had been touted last year has turned into the great regret for some, where staff had left believing they might get a better opportunity, more pay, maybe the benefits did not equal what they thought, or the work was not what they thought it was. So we did have a reconsideration of employees that did want to come back. And to that, what we did effective June 30th is that any employee returning within a year of the time that they've left us would retain their benefits, paid time off, tenure. They would basically come back in as if they hadn't left, assuming that it's the position that they vacated. And again, this is great for our maintenance techs, our housing assistant specialists, our customer service specialists, to have that opportunity to come back in, with no penalty for having left. The other.
Let me ask you just one question. Is the reinstatement, is it only for coming back to the same position, or could it be to a higher position also?
So we did consider both, and what we were looking at for reinstatement is basically a quick hire. They've already worked with us, so they don't have to go through the full interview process and the onboarding process and all of that. But yes, definitely, if they were coming back for a higher level position, they would have applied. They would have gone through the process to be selected for that, and at that time, we would consider their retention of previous benefits.
Did we reach out to them directly? Is that?
For some, yes, and that was the case, as I mentioned, working with our assisted housing programs management. We had that was the area where we had lost a lot of staff due to retirement, moving on to other positions or looking at other opportunities. And they're a very close-knit group, and so we, working with management, they said we're hearing that staff, might not be happy where they are. If they, is there an opportunity for them to come back? And so that was definitely an area where we worked with management. And if they did not come back through the reinstatement, they have also chosen to come back in a temporary status. And again, that's for those that chose retirement, that may, need more flexible hours or may have, other things going on in their situation, but definitely have the capacity, have the history, have the knowledge, don't need the training. So we're happy to have them back.
Good.
So I would ask HR to relook at those who are coming in at a higher level, because even though they would have to apply and compete, their onboarding is cut, and that saves us money. And it also gives the organization a feeling of belonging by the employees. And so maybe you wouldn't do 100%, but I would have HR consider a percentage if they're coming back even at a higher rate.
Will do, thank you. The last thing on this slide is an on-call. And so this was a change into how we handle on-call. And again, this was something that was a response to a pain point, to a very sensitive position that we want to make sure that we are looking at and retaining as much as possible. And so our on-call pay basically went from a strange calculation bucket system to a flat rate for persons that are on call. So now every maintenance technician who is on call for the week will get paid a flat rate, and then will get the hours that they actually work when they go on call. So again, it's a way of, and this was something that we looked across our industry and looked across other organizations to see how it was handled. And this was one area where we could make an easy change and implement that. We're also looking for other opportunities with regards to our maintenance technicians, knowing the conditions that they work in, especially this summer with the heat. So we were working with our risk management department to ensure that there was a heat awareness campaign, and our risk department came through with flying colors to provide cooling towels and water bottles. So that was a great opportunity again for us to look and improve the conditions for our maintenance technicians. Next slide. So the recruitment campaign. This is another really exciting area right now that we are Opportunity Home San Antonio. So we are working with our public affairs department very closely right now, and of course promoting the benefits, promoting our open positions, and we are actually in the process of getting a VIA bus wrap. So we're in the final stages of the design. Fairly soon you will see it between the front tires of a VIA bus passing your way on the highway. We have already started the Texas Public Radio campaign, and then we will be advertising in the San Antonio Express News. And the wonderful thing about working with the Express News is that we're not only going to be in their print media, but we also be on their digital, as well as some of their special editions such as Conexión, which targets both languages. And to that point also, we are working, once we get this going and we've got a good handle on this, we're looking at our recruitment campaign in a Spanish language, either through translation or working with more partners. We currently are working with Univision. So again, trying to bridge that language gap that we may have and potential candidates out there. Job fairs, this is another exciting area. I didn't place it on here, but we have participated. We've started doing things in person now. So we're participating in-person job fairs. We participated in one that was hosted by the city at the AT&T Center, and one through the Express News. And we are working with Workforce Solutions Alamo to be at their job fairs when they have them in their centers. As brought forth by the board, was working with partners. And so I'm excited to report back that we have started working with partners. We have connected with Youth Build, and so with them, they have just finished a graduating class in June. So we're working with them on a referral plan, and basically as long as they are providing to us their candidates, letting us know, dropping us an email saying, hey, we've got this person applying to this position, we are going to work with them to ensure that their candidate is as ready as possible for that interview so that they can ace it and come in the door with us. And if something doesn't quite go well during the interview, our pledge is to report back to Youth Building and help them to help their candidates. We are also working, we've just started a conversation with the City of San Antonio, Historic Preservation for the Living Heritage Trades Academy. And we're looking at developing an apprenticeship program, and this would be with our public housing department. We've also, thankfully, through the assistance of our CDI department, Joel Tabar has helped us establish connections with Family Service, Northside ISD for their Construction Careers Academy, and Alamo Colleges. So we're looking forward to developing those relationships, exploring those opportunities. And the last thing on this list is a referral bonus. Here it says it was proposed and currently under review. I'm excited to say it was approved and has started to be promoted to staff as of last week. It has a positive reception, and we have actually already had one referral that has been made.
I have a question in the realm of partnerships. Is SA ready to work something we're participating in? And if we are, is it something that feels like it's going to yield or not? Just kind of curious on if we're participating and how that's going.
So I'm not sure that we have a formal, I don't know, Brandy? Oh, Joel.
Yes, it's actually Joel that's leading that with our.
Okay.
And Brandy can talk a little bit about it. I think Joel stepped out.
I think he stepped out. I was actually going to let him talk about it, but we do have that partnership that we're working with based off of the needs. We're really focusing, I think a lot of the conversations we're having is around our maintenance techs, and that's what we're trying to bridge together. But we're also looking, because we've did some other creative or other programs that we offered with some of our residents, right? Sherwin-Williams had come in, and so what me and Joel have been talking about is after they kind of went through that class, is there opportunities for us? And so we set up a table for, our HR did, for that hiring process. So we're trying to see everything that we can do, but we also know that it's kind of dependent. We're trying to really they're looking at us right now for more of the referrals from our residents, but we're also trying to say, even if there are residents, can we transition them into some of these maintenance tech roles?
I'm on the line if you'd like to clarify.
Yeah, if you have anything else to add, Joelle, that'd be great.
Yeah, so what we're really trying to do is create a pipeline from our residents to refer them to our partners who are already working with other organizations that have trade skills programs. And then through that partnership, that multi-partner partnership, having those trade skills students, providing them a training and career pathway to eventually become maintenance technicians with us. And so it starts with us referring to our partners. For example, in this case, it might be Family Service Association or Restore Education, who then work with trade skills programs. For instance, the City of San Antonio's Historic Preservation Department has a trade skills program, and there are several others. And then providing a career pathway for them to come work for us. And so essentially, it's just all of the partners working together to help out our community members, in this case, our residents, to not only get the education they need, but also the careers they need, which then benefits us again.
That sounds great.
Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you, appreciate it. With that, we're going to recess for 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. If we're ready, let's go ahead and get back started. We have item number 15, resident concerns.
Hello. I have a few items, but they're not bad. I just want to thank staff or whoever for resolving the situation with the community room at Parkview. I went by to visit some of the ladies there, and I noticed that they had told me that the community room was now open till 7 p.m. So, and that they were very happy. And I also want to commend whoever refurnished the community room with the new furniture that's in there and the tables. It looks like a little cafe, and it's really nice, and comfortable chairs with arms and everything, and the residents seem to be happy. So thank you for that. And also, I want to thank staff at W.C. White and staff here at Central Office on Labor Day. Their Labor Day was disrupted by the elevators and an electrical fire that put our elevators down, thanks to the fire department and everything that were there to help residents get up to their floors through the stairwell. The staff was there. They were very responsive, got the work done, and that night the elevators, well, by the next day the elevators were operational again. I'm sure y'all have had conversations, but I'd like to recommend that possibly y'all look into these elevators and revamping them or redoing whatever runs these elevators, because in the short time I've lived there, this is about the 5th time that we've had the elevators go down. Hopefully y'all will be working on resolving whatever issues are causing these elevators to break down so often. And I have another mention, but I'll wait till after Ed's presentation. Thank you.
All right.
On the resident concerns, on the elevators, actually, I would like to report that we're in the process of evaluating all the elevators in our high-rise locations, and we are doing a cost analysis of replacing all the elevators with new, and also requesting that as part of the bond funding. So that is currently in the works by staff. We hadn't reported that to the board yet, but we're actually as concerned about you are as the elevators, because they are on the service agreement. They get preventative maintenance, but like in this case, a circuit board goes out and the elevators are inoperable for a period of time. So we're in the process of evaluating that, Commissioner, so thanks for that suggestion. Also on resident concerns, we had Henry Rodriguez brought forward with a resident, and I just wanted to mention that I know Brandy's already in touch with Section 8 to see if we can get the background and try to figure out what's going on there.
Thank you.
And that's it on resident concerns from my side.
Yes, I reside at the Olive Park Apartments, and so the main office for Olive Park and Spring Hill View Apartments are, the distance of the office it's a lot. And I noticed that I'm one of the persons that, but I'm sure there are many others, they may be elderly and they have a hard time getting there. If they could, I don't know if there's any other properties like mine where the offices are like that. That's the first one I've seen. But also the issue is mailbox keys. When you first move in, you have to get them from the post office, so it's a lot of hassle. But eventually, I would like them to have their own setup for Olive Park instead of having it so far away, because it's at least 2 to 3 miles away, I believe. And so without transportation, it's hard to do that or get rent or do anything like that. And also, I just wanted to give some recognition for my FSF worker, which is Victor, and the Ross worker, Tanya Ramirez, because they've been a great help to me. And the Priscilla, the manager is for the Springview Apartments, which is all apartments, her as well. So,
Thank you. We'll look into the office situation and the mailbox situation.
Okay, we can go to the President's report.
So we have some exciting things to report this week or this month. We had our first Opportunity Home Scholarship distribution. Of course, we've done this in the past as San Antonio Housing Authority. We have 26 students who received about $44,000 in scholarships. These are individuals either graduating from high school or already in college. And 10 of those students received the additional Joshua Longoria Passion for Life Memorial Scholarship. So this is an exciting program that we've been doing for years and helps our students that are in housing go on to pursue a higher education. Last month we had a an electrical outage at Highview Apartments, and staff worked from, really went beyond the normal call of duty and worked around the clock in order to assist 50 residents to relocate, provide water, provide gift cards, and find other places for them to stay during the outage. The outage was restored in less than a week, and everybody returned to their homes at that point, but staff did a great job. So I just wanted to point that out. W.C. White scored a 99 on the REAC inspection. This is the highest score I've ever heard about. So congratulations to W.C. White and all of the maintenance workers there and everyone that helped achieve that level of scoring. And I think Commissioner Casillas had a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend the maintenance staff there, W.C. White. I mean, a 99 score, I think, is probably one of the highest scores that any property has ever attained in a REAC inspection. I really want to commend Michael Grimes, Gerard Wilson, Susan Esquivel, James Hunt, and Henry Flores, because this property is kept like this every day. I mean, they should be commended for their tireless work on keeping the property in a tip-top shape all the time. I mean, I could probably eat on the floors in the hallway. They're that clean. They're always. I know that Susan gets upset when someone spills something or they scratch the floor or something. She goes, "I'm going to get it buffed. I'm going to get it buffed." So they have pride in the work that they do, and I just want to, it's the excellent work that they do and the pride that they have. I mean, when something breaks, Gerard and the maintenance guys are out there in the apartments and fixing everything and keeping up with their work orders and everything. So I really think that they need to be commended. Thank you.
We also had a Residents' Day at the Doceum recently, and so we had residents and their families attending the Doceum to celebrate our new name. It was a great opportunity for people to get out for the day. It was on a Saturday, and there was a lot of excitement there that day. We also had our first in-person FSS graduation because over the last few years, SAHA has been having them virtually, of course. We had 22 students that, or residents that were in the program that received awards, and they had a total of escrow funds of $134,000 that's they've set aside through their hard work and effort over the years. And some of these residents use the money to perhaps buy a home. Others will use it to go to school and other things like that. Of course, we had the rollout of the new brand and name 1 month ago, and that was really a milestone for us. There's been a lot of positive feedback from the community, from other organizations, and we keep hearing our name used, our new name being used externally. So that's exciting to see. And then finally, we have a former resident from Casiano Homes that is bringing Cultura to the west side with a short film called A Prayer, and he's trying to highlight the positive things and camaraderie between families on the west side. And his goal is to help to shed some of the negative stereotypes about the west side that have been perpetuating for years. So this is the report for today, and I'm open to any questions.
Any comments, questions? Thanks, Ed. Always goes well. I think we are ready for closed session. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The board will now be entering into closed session to discuss real estate and consultant's attorney under sections 551.072 and 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding Victoria Commons development and the Culebra Commons development. The board will also be discussing personnel and consulting with its attorney under 551.074 and 551.071 regarding commissioners' roles and responsibilities, employee grievance, and regarding the employment contract and compensation for the president and CEO. The time is now 2:43.
Douglas, because I can't, we don't have options, would somebody just call me on the phone?
We are able to move you into the closed session, Dr. Guzman, if, I think Davelin's about to send you a message here.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
No.
What is that? Did you say, what is that? Oh, my goodness.
I know.
They're doing park and ride.
Wow.
It's huge.
I was
It's sold out.
texting my daughter.
Bad Bunny or Bad Bunny?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Can I record this? Hold on, start all over. Did you say bad money or bad money? What's that?
I only know it because I heard, he was on SNL this year, so you can go look at those. And he was actually good, I listened to him, both songs, so that's. Yeah, they're doing park and ride, I was like, I want to check that. Council.
Yeah, she's I'm like, this side of the dais is.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are back in session. Mr. Ponick.
Yes, sir. A motion.
Oh, do we have Dr. Guzman?
Yes.
Okay.
Members of the board, a motion is required to approve amending the CEO's contract as discussed in closed session.
I'm here.
Do we have a motion?
Right, so a motion is,
So moved.
I just read the motion, she said
Okay.
so moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjust base,
The CEO's contract as discussed in closed session.
CEO's contract is based, discussed in closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Congratulations, Ed.
Thank you, Dr. Guzman.
Okay,
Congratulations.
unless there's anybody else, can I motion to adjourn?
Second.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting is adjourned. Take care, Dr. Guzman. We'll see you Saturday.
See you Saturday.